believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadakuddin and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way if the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent?
$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil FARRACON is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Imam Rahim here, Best of the Covenant, break us 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, it makes you wonder, at least those of you have the ability to wonder, why they don't pick up on this $5,000. And the path is clear. You have a book of Exodus that's a simple diagram on start to finish. Simple. If you just follow that, you cannot go wrong. All the signs are there. So you wonder, how are people lost? Elijah Muhammad said the truth made so clear in a fool in error. And it's a free gift. They turned down a free gift and transportation and guidance, even protection. They get all of that. And the God, the great messenger, and then the high priest, all attended to them, and it's still nothing. They still choose to go down the rough road. You know, it's like, I got a Lamborghini, and there's the highway, and there's the rough road out there, right? I'm take that and all the rocks and down the car and everything. Why would you do that? There's a clean road right here. Just take the path. No, I'm gonna go down the dirt path road. Lamborghini? Why would you do that? Don't get a flat tire. Rocks in there. Oh, why? When this one's just go down the road. You know, they put the gas is free. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? Because it tells you, the messenger, it tells you, seek the messenger coming. No mention of them. They'll tell you, there's no messenger. It says right there. It says, we're going home. Oh, we ain't going nowhere. It says right there. This is the God talking. It says, Joshua take him. Oh, no mention. It makes you wonder what's going on. Are they that effective in blocking this? Because they obviously have to block it, because like the devils call it, a consciousness of guilt, because they don't mention those things. And they're right there. And the path out of here, they made it so easy. You know, and the Lamb had to come break the seals, but they put Exodus in there. It was like a fallback position. All you just follow that. And because it's playing out before your eyes. Just what it says. It says God will come, raise up Moses or Elijah, right? He'll go about 40 years exactly. And then Aaron will take over. A lion, thief. Didn't want to leave Egypt, wanted to stay, turn back. And he'd go about 40 years in the wilderness. He would never make it out of the wilderness. So he never got his promised land. In fact, he'd tell you no promised land at all. And then be Joshua. He's a messenger of the covenant. We'll come after Aaron and take it. And that's a simple call right there. If you just follow Exodus, just follow it. I mean, that's God's word. So, I mean, how can he condemn you? Hey, I just followed your book. I just followed your book. Oh, I followed FARRACON. Oh, yeah, but see, is FARRACON following the book? Because all these clowns out there, none of them can find scriptures to back up what they're saying. Not one of them. Then, oh, Elijah said it. Well, yeah, but Elijah his credibility was from the scriptures. Oh, well, Master Muhammad said, Master Muhammad was consistent with the scriptures. He said, none are good, no, not one. So he's put it in mathematical language. 100% wicked. can't be redeemed. There's another way of saying it. Just like you reap what you sow, every action has an opposite equal reaction, same thing mathematically. I'm just putting mathematical language. He says the same thing the Bible's saying. But they're not saying that. But FARRACON, he's gonna redeem the devils. And they're not even devils anymore. He's kissing them. They are brothers. So they can't find any scripture, none, support the shit they come out of their mouth. And where they get that shit from? Because it got the head of FARRACON's ass. Deep up there. It's getting dropped in nowadays, shit piss in the bag. So now they got to fight each other. Who's the first one to get to that bag? It's sad. Because they can't find any, that's why they don't come and get this. They cannot find one scripture in the Bible or the Quran supports any of that crap they're saying. Nothing, none. No scripture. They can distort and everything like he tried to distort this weekend about. Or he's going to talk about, what was that? Adam. Totally wrong. They can't find any scripture. That's why they don't come forward to get this. So why are they saying that stuff? And why are you? So the people that with them, it says he will take them down with them. Because they're all demons, devils, right? Demons, because he actually got devils in there. He got devils in his, FARRACON's got devils in there. Demons, devils are total idiots. A nation of idiots. Total idiots, because no one else could possibly be in that situation. Now I was talking to my wife the other day, I was telling her, the scriptures are very, it's got a lot of tripwires in there for fools. And the Bible and the Quran tells you they're in there. It's like it says, on this rock, I build my church. Now see how powerful it sounds? This is powerful language. On this rock, I'll build my church, and the gates of hell will not prevail against it. Damn, whoa! That's a hell of a church. And this rock, Peter here, FARRACON, he's the one on that rock. And the gates of hell will not prevail against him. Damn. Oh, FARRACON. Oh, man, my man FARRACON, go dog. That's what it sounds like, don't it? Until you go and break the words down. Because if you build a house on a rock or a church ain't on a rock, it's not stable. It's not stable. It's not stable. Because when wind goes and blow right off that rock, you got to build on the ground, it's got to have roots, foundation. You build something on a rock, it's going to blow it right off. It's not stable, but it sounds great. It built my church on a rock. Oh, wow. So right there, you got a problem. Right? Oh, well, I know he didn't mean, no, that's what he said. Then you go, you say, okay, the gates of hell will not prevail. So in other words, you got the church, and you got hell. In between it, you got a gate. Now, what's the gates of hell? What are they there for? What are the gates of hell there for? To keep the people in hell in. Devils and demons, right? That's the purpose of the gates of hell, right? To keep them in, right? So if you prevail against something, that means you stand firm, right? But if you don't prevail, that means you fail. If you don't prevail, you fail. On this rock, I build my church, and the gates of hell will not prevail. Not prevail. That means they're going to fail. That means all the people in hell are going to be in that church. And that's what it is. See? I laugh at some of the stuff. Some of the stuff between I say, I said, because it sounds like one way. It's like a shit sandwich, right? Man, they can make it look like a hamburger until you bite down on it. Man, this thing like shit. Yeah, because it is shit. It's sad. But it's good. Well, how can it be good? Because he's doing his job. He's attracting all this chaff. All the terrorists. How do you think it says separation would take place once this war started? Not when the war was going on. See, a war. X is a powerful guide, right? When the separation took place, when Moses separated the sons of Levi from Aaron's camp, So all the Levites came with him. So Aaron and all his people stayed behind. So it was a time of, it was sound of war, but not victory or defeat. So war was going on. And then they slaughtered all of FARRACON and his people. Right there in Exodus. See? So Pharaoh had been mad to hold on to him. Otherwise, they would have came out too. Then we had the problem. Because we got to separate them. That's this. See, remember, it says an enemy sowed the chaff amongst the wheat. That means they look alike, but they cause all kinds of problems. All these preachers. See? Because Master said, you can't live off us no more, niggas. Yeah, daddy, but you're children. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, you're still niggas. Yeah, you know, your mama's a nigga. So you got to be one too. You may be my son, my daughter, but you, right? That's what Master looked at it. So you can work in the house, but you still niggas. Oh, daddy. No, niggas, you're niggas. And now they out in the field anymore. We can't, they ain't out in the field picking cotton for us no more. They not in the field picking potatoes for us no more, and all that's, you know, getting harvesting onions and tomatoes and stuff. So they ain't out there doing that no more. So I can't give you nothing because I give you what I get. Some of what I get. What we gonna do, man? So what we gonna do? Well, then you go out there and live off of them. You ain't gonna live off us. We can't get you anything anymore. We're not gonna feed you anymore. We ain't gonna clothe you anymore. You're on your own now. Go live off the niggas out there. Oh, man. Yeah, go live off them. They ain't gonna figure you out. They look just like you. So, okay, here's a Bible. Make sure they can stay in line just like you've been doing. Hey, bro. Hey, dog. You better love Jesus. Because Jesus gonna save your ass. Because if you don't love Master, Jesus gonna burn your ass up, bro. Come on, bro. Come on. Jesus. Come on. No? Get the cry going. Come on, sister. Jesus. Hey, man, put that money in the bag, though. Make sure you put that money in the thing. You gotta be charity now. That's the game. Politicians, too. Come on, vote with me. You know, I'm your bro. I'm Sister Oprah. Come on, vote for me, you know. And then they vote your shit away. Vote for me. That's the game. Then they got Pharaoh. And then see, the loose cannon there was Nation of Islam that was fighting that. See, Elijah Muhammad went to battle. He was kicking their ass. He didn't beat him. He didn't win him. But he fought him toe to toe for some years. They said, hey, man, they messing our game up, man. They messing up our game, man. Let's do something about that. Who can we get? Oh. We got here. There's one of our brothers, one of our children over there. Who's that? That's FARRACON, man. Remember? He's my brother, Principal Clark's son. You remember he raped his mama? Yeah, oh yeah, he's oh. But he's my nephew. Send him over there. They ain't gonna figure him out. Send him over there. Now we gotta control that now, that thing. See, that's the only voice that was speaking up. And then and they got this. Elijah got this big flag up there. I'll put that flag down, man. Put a star up there. A white and blue star. Get that moon star. Get that flag down, man. Get rid of all trace of that. That's the game. That's the game. And they're going full time. And you know this Epstein thing, I didn't want to speak to it, but I'm going to speak to it anyway. You know, one of the reasons why they talk, it's not so much that it's bad, other people mess those girls and stuff. Because they got those on tape, talking about what they feel about you niggas and what they plan on you. They got them on tape. That's what the whole thing's about. They want to expose those tapes about what they really, the plans they really have for you. Why Seth Falls is real. And what they plan on moving in on you. That's what they don't want to see. That's why it's both Republicans and Democrats hiding it. When it comes out, you're going to find out because the scripture says all that's hidden in the dark can come out rooftops. Be shouted from the rooftops. We're going to find out if when they ever reveal that, it's going to be revealed eventually, not too much longer, because this place, this is a year of death, year of their death. Because now you're going to find out they got tape saying, explain exactly the plans they have for you. Let's just truly with them. That's the game. The demon's been living off you because the devil said, you can't live off us. You live off them niggas. So they out there pushing dad's program. Oh, love Jesus. You don't like Jesus, if you better believe in Jesus. The same Jesus that cursed your ass black. The same one. So you should be a slave forever. They're the same one. Right? You see, the one that made you, but you're defective, so they're going to kick your ass for eternity in fire. Is that the same one? You see? The one that, who names they rape your grandmama and your grandmama and your great-grandmama and your sons and daughters and gay babies. Is that the same Jesus? Because remember, when they came out of it, they were doing that in the name of Jesus. They rape you and enslave you in the name of Jesus. The same when they tell us that we should love and worship, fuck them. That's what I did at gym this morning. No, it was yesterday morning. Yesterday morning. My gym's doing the hallway. He got some gym shirts, but it's got Jesus' name on it. I saw him going in, and he was talking, so he didn't see me. So on the way I was coming out, hey, bro, come on, get your Jesus shirt. I said, man, I don't believe that fucking shit. No, I didn't say it that way. I said, I don't believe that fucking Jesus or whatever. Some sense then. I made sure you heard me. No, that's not what I said. I said, I don't believe in that. Let me get it right. That master Jesus shit. That's what I said. That's what I said. I was hoping to jump up and get mad. See, because I wasn't going to say anything initially, but this is what triggered it. He says, well, I went on, right? I was going to move on. He kept on saying, I ignored him at first, and I was going out the door. He says, let me get it straight, get the story straight. He said, okay, anyway, Jesus love you. That's what he said. That's triggered it. Jesus love me. Really? My wife, she tell me to calm down because I'm hyper. My blood pressure's way up the ceiling nowadays. I'm prepared for war, man. My adrenaline is going. I know it's going. Any day now, man, we're going to be in the battle, physical battle. Right? I'll be 77 in a couple more days, man. Right? Ain't ready for that. So I'm getting ready. I'm giving advance notice. Give my body the advance notice. Hey, it's coming, bro. I'm going to get fired up now. Because when it comes in, I can't be bending over trying to wait till I get some circulation going, right? No, man, I better be ready to throw down, man. Boom, as soon as it happens, because it's going to happen. It's going to happen any day now. And in regards to that, this is what pretty much what I'm be talking about here, right? But in regards to that, those are people that have been around for a while. I guess, I always hear one about. It said there'd be three with and I always wondered, I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming, but I knew it was coming. And I said, well, maybe one of the reasons to bear witness, right? Because maybe that's what they need. Because when they go to tribulation, people want to ask them, they can say, yeah, man. They give them confidence. They say, yeah, well, he told us, man, that Syria had to go down first. I told him, I said, Syria, it won't have to Syria go down. It tells you the fifth seal. And then it said, by the time of silence, once the war starts. We're in that period now. FARRACON to my Armageddon. No, Armageddon will not start until after one Middle East is hot and going. Armageddon, when they get kicked out of the Middle East, then that would trigger Armageddon. FARRACON, no, Armageddon. Well, what happened to Armageddon? You remember what Lion Ishmael said several times? If somebody says something that don't happen, that means you can't listen to them no more. Well, damn, FARRACON been talking about Armageddon several times. I was saying Armageddon. You seen the Armageddon? Remember when that war broke out in Ukraine? Oh, man, it's Armageddon. It's going to spread all over Europe. And why has got to be a war Armageddon, all this bullshit? You seen the war Armageddon? So that means, based on what Ishmael said, we shouldn't be listening to him anymore. But we can't because he's totally quiet. Let me see my banner page, right? See? God ain't told him a goddamn thing. Maybe if God spoke to him, it wasn't a good. Because according to him, nothing happens without Allah's will. According to him, nothing happens without the will of Allah. That means it's will of Allah to blow your ass up. So why would he do that to you? That's not a trial. That's permanent. That's permanent. See? So anybody going to sew your stuff back on? See? That's permanent. And any man would tell you that that's a curse. So if God spoke to him, that's the way he's like, right? Because that's what said. Well, that's a curse, right? When God speaks to you in anger, that's a curse. It ain't good. No, this is handless. Trump in the chat, Netanyahu told me, shut the fuck up. Don't you say a goddamn thing, because he's handless. Because right now, this is a war of Armageddon, brothers and sisters. All you got to do is look it up. Look up abomination. I mean, how can it make any clearer than that? It says, the uprising was put down with great cruelty. It says it that way. And that's what it was, uprising. And they put it down with great cruelty. The scientists made this so clear, brothers and sisters. It said, and the last trumpet, it don't say last trumpet. It speaks trumpets all the way. But then when you get to that point, the last trump, why say last trump? Why say last trumpet? There's all kinds of hints there, brothers and sisters. All kinds of hints. Woman again is going on. It's been going on for a couple of years. Oh, 2 years? 2 years now? It says excuse me, what I said, that's what I said. What, I meant to say abomination of desolation. I think that's what I said. If I didn't, I meant to say abomination of desolation. It tells you where it would be. It would be over in Jerusalem, in that area of the world. That would precede the destruction of false Israel. That's how it culminate. The abomination of desolation would culminate in their destruction. That's about to happen. And why is no one on this planet calling it what it is but myself? No one. And I've called it before. Now, I just started. I can give you links right now. Years ago, I was talking about it. And those people that's familiar with the Injil know I talked about this 4, 5, 6 years ago. I got a press out there right now. It's 4 years old? Abomination of desolation. That's what it says take place over there in the Middle East, with Jerusalem. It says that when you see it, that means their destruction is nigh. The false Israel is about to be destroyed. That's how it's going to end. And everything I've said has happened except the one thing, and I've already said I can't be defended about the time. And they tell you clearly, only one know that is Master Fard Muhammad. And Jonah didn't like that. I don't like it either. It seemed like, but I understand. I guess I understand it. But it said, if the master of the house knew the time that his house be broken into, he prevented. So that's an open issue there. How would he prevent it? Because if he thought I knew, would he be trying to waterboard me? Yeah, of course. I guess he would. I guess that's built that story. If he thought I knew. I don't know. I don't think he want to do that. I don't think he want to do that. Because I have my personal protection. Well, they threw me in jail and stuff, but they never hurt me, put hands on me, never put hands on me at one time. Okay. They'll try to take me out a few times. I got proof of it. I don't think they want to be direct. I don't think they want to do that. I don't think Matt Brahma would like that too much. I think so. But I can't speak for him. But that's not my concern right now. My concern is I know how to protect myself, and I have been doing that very effectively up to now. No one's talking about abomination of desolation by myself. No one. No one's planning. It's right before our eyes. It's right there in front of our eyes. It's in the right place they said it would be. It's during the time they said it would be. And the players are all there. We see Jerusalem surrounded by armies. God, and the war would break out. War would break out in heaven, which is the Middle East. Michael's angels and dragon angels. And these clowns, they couldn't tell you who dragon was. The dragon was here stuck up their ass. They couldn't tell you what the dragon was. They're so sick, so pathetic. But they're doing a good job. See? I wanted to make them angry, more angry. I hit them. Why would I make them more angry? They work harder for trying to shut me down. Right? I want to make sure they put all the chaff with them. Because I ain't asked for any followers. I don't want any followers. In fact, the few that want to be, I don't want to be. I don't want to be followed. I've chased more people away than you can imagine. I don't want any followers. I don't have time for it. It's work. That's winter's season stuff. When you get home, there'll be no followers. Followers mean, right, that you have to take time to lead, and no. Followers like my heart, my lungs are followers, right? So I can say heart beat, lung breathe. I ain't got time for that. They know what to do. They do it. They stop doing it, the whole thing comes down. I want followers, I'm brothers and sisters. Big followers. That's the winter stuff. That's the Adam stuff. Okay? FARRACON stuff. I'm going to tell my heart what to do. Oh, anyway, if you're a brain cell, how your heart going to follow anyway? Because they're going to try to be like a brain cell, then all you're dead. When you follow somebody, try to be like what you're following, right? So, if you think about it, it doesn't work. Well, Wayne Fowler's never asked for any. Not anytime, never. Just give information, provide information. That's it. I'm with your followers. Why you be a follower? Give information. They should apply the information. Do what you want to do with it. Because it's all about investment. You get money, right? Then you either set on it, or you invest it, or you spend it. Now people, you know what the best investment there is? You. You're born with your investment. You are your investment. Now what do you do with it? What do you do with it? Do you invest it? Do you develop it? Or you just spend it? Hey man, let's go out and party. Let's go see Oprah, Jay-Z, man. Let's hang out, man. Let's take a couple of blunts. Spend it. Just sit on it. Oh man, I ain't gonna do nothing, man. I'm just gonna see what happens. Or you invest it. Oh man, let me go in and develop my brain, man. Let me go and develop my body. Get that gym, man. Get that library. See? That's the best investment there is. So invest in gold. What good gold is if you're in the damn got diabetes on dialysis? It's stupid. Invest in yourself. That's what I did. I didn't even know that's what I was doing. That's the best investment you can make. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. But all this going on, abomination of desolation is going on right now, and no one's talking about it. And it's very clear. So yeah, I should ask yourself a question, why? Because they told FARRACON to shut up, not because he knew about the abomination of desolation, because they didn't want to say anything that might tip anybody off. Because they know it's the abomination of desolation. So they told Shai to keep a goddamn mouth shut. Master Papa ain't told me a damn thing unless he told me, curse him. Your ass, if he told me anything, your ass is cursed, nigga. Now get up off of that one. How your ass feel these days? If he said anything to him, that's what he said to him. Master Papa told me to shut up. To be quiet. If he's be quiet and why so much stuff out there. If Ishmael's your spokesman, he's supposed to shut up too. And if you got a dummy and you ventriloquist and Dad told me shut up, don't dummies stop moving too? You know, this is so much bullshit. It's amazing. And I keep saying to myself, how the hell are they getting away with this in this day and time when truth is so clear? I mean, has our brains been messed up that much? If he's told to be quiet, Ishmael shouldn't be talking either. He says he's a spokesman. What does the spokesman mean? I mean, is that Spanish? Is that Spanish? Spokesman mean you the dummy, and he's the ventriloquist. So they tell the ventriloquist to stop talking. The dummy mouth should be moving either. Anyway, I told him a goddamn thing. Unless God told me, blow your ass up for lying. That's what Malachi says, right? I'm going to blow your ass up for robbing me and robbing the nation. That's what he told him, and that's what happened. Because God's word is bond. Ooh, yeah, well. His ass got blown up. Come on, God. If God was protecting Farrakon, and that's where he protect him, keep that God away from me. If that's the protection he got from his God that probably protecting him, looking out for him, and that's protection he got? You can see I'm fired up. Don't get me wrong. I'm as tired as you can imagine. I'm wasted. I'll tell you. I never been so tired in my life. I had to get a lot of rest today to even do this, right? But I'm still hyper. So it's like an irony, like a conundrum, I guess. Because one time I'm like waiting, all the time I'm like fired up. So I'm like getting alive at the same time, I guess. Because every time I think about what's about to happen, it's just like, and I keep telling myself, man, I got to be ready. I ain't 25 years old no more. I ain't even 40 years old no more. And you think 77 is great? Try it. Try it. I know it could be, and I got to lead it. Damn, I ain't asked for that. See, that's another thing, bro. It's just, you know, these clowns out here with their bullshit. That's why their pressure is going to be so extensive. Because I ain't asked for this. I don't even want to do it. And I get upset when I say, why the hell I had to be 77 years old to do it? Why can't I be 40? Even if 40 would be a challenge. 77? I'm okay, 77, just being a minister maybe. But then we got to go to war. A real war. And I got to lead it? I ain't happy about that. I ain't happy about that at all. Maybe we get this energy burst, like Sister said. I'm starting like that burst a little more than waves. When I look at some of the context nowadays, so I said waves, yeah, waves is the mathematical side, but burst is the kick-ass side. So I'm going to go with burst for a little while. We get energy burst, maybe I'll get back to 40. I don't know, but right now, man, I ain't. Whoa, 4 or 5 hours of gym. People say, are you crazy? How come you spend 5 hours in the gym? I said, but if you like I knew, you'd be at 10 hours. Yeah, they tell me, man, you crazy. There's this Chinese lady in there, right? She, she always come over and try to talk to me about, and she said, man, are you crazy? He says, it's 9 o'clock. You still here? You come at 5. Yep, I come 5 in the morning. Yeah, you still here? So, what she call me? Something beast or something? She called me a beast. You think I want to do that? These fools out here, they talk. They have no idea what's going on. They're just running, talking out their mouth. Then they're saying they pretend, oh, I'm the son of man. See, they don't understand. They want to take those titles, but they have no idea where it takes. In other words, if you was walking around here Say for instance, you're a Navy SEAL, but you ain't been in the army, you ain't been nowhere. You ain't know the judo or anything, right? Man, they kick your ass, they find you out, man. Wait a minute. Why are you saying that? You ain't that. You pretend to be something you ain't. And these clowns out here, you want to be a Navy SEAL, man, you got to go through. I ain't blowing them up, right? But I'm just saying, it takes some work to achieve that. So I ain't gonna take that from them. But do you want to go through like the Lamb had to go through to achieve what he had to achieve? But no, you want the great, you want the adulation, you want all that, but you don't want to put the work in. That means your chastisement is going to be so severe. I can tell you some things, but I'm not. Because if I told you some of the things, going to have those people that make you sick. It says the most grievous chastisement. And said, well, you will get no respite. That means no respite. That means God ain't gonna give a fuck about you. You can plead and cry all you want to. It says he's gonna be pleased to tear your ass up. But you shouldn't be doing what you're doing. If you don't know, shut up. And you know you're lying. I'm not talking about the demons. I ain't talking about them. So we can get the demons a pass on that one. Why? Because they demons, they devils. I can't blame devils for fighting, doing what they're doing. Why wouldn't I? I can't blame the devils for trying to survive. That's self-defense. They can't do it, but I can't blame for doing it. You can't blame anybody for trying to, right? That's built in. Right? I'm telling these niggas out here, right? They try to be a big man running their mouths. Them the hell they talked about. Ooh, them the ones. They ain't talking about the demons. Remember, they just get wiped out. Except for FARRACON. See? Because he purposely come over and tried to deceive the nation. See? That's why he had Purcell for him. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. I'll play a couple of things. I'm going to get to my main point and then I'm close, brothers and sisters. I ain't on drugs. I ain't on drugs. I'm telling you, most people never see me like this. My wife had never seen me like this. Because I'm telling you, brothers and sisters, we're at the door. And when that damn door breaks down, man, woo. You got Godzilla, the Hulk, Frankenstein, everybody comes to that goddamn door. And you better be ready for it. I'm telling you, it's that time of unprecedented trouble. Now, I'm not going through tribulation with you, right? But the initial shock, I'll be here for it. When they attack, I'll be here for it. It says right there, I'm the only one that kept the Nation of Islam but being destroyed. Because it says, when it happens, I try to explain that about winter Sabbath, right? It's the winter people, them the ones that's going to flee in panic. So we're under attack, so I'll be here while they're under attack. See? But it said that's he'll be in the Nation of Islam at that time. He'll take control of the Nation of Islam, so they're prepared. They won't get hit. But they're prepared to flee in panic. But they're going to attack everybody. So we're all going to get hit. But we survive it. It's like getting punched. But you get up, it's been one thing, you punch, you get up, another thing, you get hit, right? You get cut up and knocked down. Get your legs broken. That's what happened to the demons out there. They don't attack all blacks. But that's a mercy to the Nation of Islam that FARRACON's kicked out of there just before they hit, and you made aware, and so you're not fleeing panic because you'll be prepared when they come. You're going to be prepared when they come, unless I just say the heck with them and walk away. But FARRACON's just about gone. And that's my job. Get them out of there, get you, make sure you understand so you won't have to flee in panic because you'll know what's coming. See, that's it, pray. See, it's a little subtle thing, brothers and sisters, but that's what I say pray. I used to say, why say pray? Why use the word pray? Because the demon's prayer wasn't answered, yours was. I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there, brothers and sisters. There's so many. Let me go. Yep. Big mouth, the mouth. Daniel called him the mouth. They make war with the saints. But you know why the saints, are they going to inherit the kingdom? So who is the mouth that makes war with them? See, all that stuff is right there. You got put a piece together. They don't want to talk about that. Let's move on. Big mouth FARRACON. And watch this, brothers and sisters.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flager as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is, you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor,
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. and Mustafa maybe 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you.
One more time, brother.
There's more, brothers and sisters. Obviously, in the Quran, they can't find cover in the Quran because Quran says, you be taking Christians and Jews as friends, but hey, our brothers now. It's not. Let's just say, 100% wicked. Cannot be reformed. We're taking off the planet. But no, not FARRACON. He says it's opposite. So he's calling Master Muhammad a liar too. I guess Master Muhammad needs to be taught by him. Let's move on.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
They do it all the time. We can show quickly. Let me show it quickly. They do it. That's what he said. Most grievous chastisement. Being part of the book and discipline the other. FARRACON's boys, he's FARRACON's mouthpiece right here. In fact, they're saying now that FARRACON speaks for God. And so what God they talking about? Yeah, be careful with that. Well, they say Allah, they say Master Muhammad. I mean, really? When they say stuff like that, that means to tell you they don't believe those people anyway. They don't believe they exist. That's why they can put words in their mouth. Because if they believe Master Muhammad really existed, and they saying shit like that, well, I know that's a damn lie. Because he did, why don't he be telling what's happening right now? They're not talking about what's happening right now. See? Because they did. Oh, the chastisement. I'm speaking for God? What God are you talking about? Well, you know, Satan is God as well, ain't he? Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, so we're going to show that they believe part of the book, this being the other. We're going to prove right here easily. Watch this. Measure of the covenant, right? Okay, let's look at that one.
Malachi 3:1. Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me, and the Lord, whom ye seek, shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, whom ye delight in. Behold, he shall come, saith the Lord of hosts.
Right there, brother, says God's saying the messenger of covenant coming. After the messenger, there's two messengers there. But they don't mention the second one. Why? They don't mention this one. He will come to Elijah's temple, so it means they be contemporaries of each other. They'll be here at the same time. Right? He said he would come to his temple. That didn't mean his message started at that point. He just meant the person that will deliver that message will come to Elijah's temple. See, people say, well, it didn't say he would start the message at that time. He said that's who the person is. He will come to Elijah's temple, and he will be a messenger himself. Because it says Elijah prepared the way for him. You see? But they say Elijah's last messenger. Being part of the book, this being the other. They say Elijah's last messenger. We got him say it over and over again. What about this one? Let's move to the next one. Measure the covenant, keep that in mind. Now the covenant. You have a message of the covenant. Let's see what the covenant is. They don't mention the message of the covenant. Never mention them. You ever hear mention the message of the covenant? No, just the messenger. There ain't no messenger after the messenger. It says the message of the covenant right there in the same things they recite all the time about the messenger. They said the messenger will come after him. If he prepared the way for him, that means he would come after him, wouldn't he? Okay, let's look at the covenant here.
Genesis 15:12. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and, lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him. 13. And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. 14. And also that nation, whom they shall serve, will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance.
Okay, let's see what the covenant is. That's the next verse, right? The next verse. Now remember, the first time they called God a liar because he said the messenger of the covenant is going to come. So they called him, FARRACON called him a liar. He says, ain't no messenger coming. Elijah Humber's last messenger. Ain't that what they're saying? So they calling God a liar there. So let's see what the covenant is. He's a messenger of the covenant. You want to know what the covenant is, right? Let's go.
Genesis 15:18. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates.
There you have it. They mention the first part. They don't mention that part. In fact, Pharaoh goes further. He said, this is a lie, because you ain't going nowhere. And that what he says? He's calling God a liar here. He's calling God a liar about the message of the covenant, and he's calling a lie about. So remember, he's connected. So there's a connection there. That means they're conscious of this. Remember, Louis Eugene Grounds, in our backwards, he knew who this message of the covenant was. Because he said, who are you, Most High? He knew who he was. So that means their covenants up because they don't never mess the covenant and they don't mess the covenant. They're totally connected. So why they bypass those two? And he's calling God a liar in both situations because he says, mess the covenant coming. You don't come after Elijah. Here's the covenant. We ain't going nowhere. Okay, let's go to the next one. Now we know there's a messenger of the covenant coming, and we know what the covenant is that he's the messenger of. Let's go to the next one. Okay, let's find the identity of the messenger of the covenant.
Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast.
Joshua's the messenger of the covenant, and Joshua comes after Aaron. But they say, ain't nobody coming after Aaron. So, and remember, he bypassed Aaron to go to Joshua. Joshua represented Moses. He took the baton from Aaron. Aaron came, I'll get it from. No, it bypassed Aaron and went to Joshua. So why did that happen? Remember, the first one they called God a liar, says, ain't no messenger of the covenant. Second one, we ain't going nowhere where it says going home, calling God a liar in that instance. And when this one right here, anybody after Aaron, calling God a liar again. Because it says, it transferred from Moses to Joshua. Bypass Aaron. Just like Exodus, bypassed them. Leaving part of the book and disciplining the other.
Five. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee. I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee.
Well, maybe I'm just dreaming, bro and sis. Maybe I'm misinformed. But if you get your ass blown up with some raging cabbage, I think somebody will shake your ass. That's what I would think. I don't think God was with you unless he was there to kick your ass. See? And it says, no man may stand before thee. Well, they stood before you, they kicked your ass. So-called synagogue of Satan. So I don't think this applies to you, FARRACON. And Elijah was never, that I know about, diagnosed with cancer. But no prophet messenger for us, because that's a European disease anyway. They call it in the Bible the wasting disease. That's no straw together. Right? I would not fail thee. So wait a minute. FARRACON, wouldn't you call that a failure? If you went to the hospital and you got cancer, and then they say they made a mistake and blew your ass up with some razor cap, we call that a failure? To God, you say nothing happens without his permission? But anyway, let's move on, brothers and sisters. Get to my main point here if I can.
Six. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee, turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9 Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest.
God with you wherever you went. So FARRACON, was he with you when they blow your ass up in the emergency room? He said, oh yeah, go ahead and blow his ass up. He don't need it anyway, he's just a damn coward. Was God with you then, FARRACON? So you should be thankful, right? You said, none happens to Allah's will, and you totally in submission. So when they blew your ass up, you should be saying, thank you, Allah, for blowing my ass up. Mm-mm. Okay, hold on, brothers and sisters, for a second. See, brothers and sisters, you're supposed to use your brain, but obviously the demons can't use their brain in this country because they're exposed to they are. See what I'm saying? Because it's logic. So you say, oh, you're not supposed to always have faith. Don't use your brain? Really? Well, you gotta use your brain to have faith, don't you? I don't know. Maybe I'm just stupid. He's my brother. It's not for, I showed this back about a year or so ago. And his brother, come on, why are you speaking about FARRACON? So Father, no, he don't find no devil. Give him the link. Show him the photo. Hey, that's Photoshop. Okay. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. He's my brother. That's what they was there for. The Benjamin's brothers says, I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna move on. They robbed the nation, looted it, led the believers with nothing. Okay, I'm gonna get to my main point and I'm gonna close. Okay, I'm gonna give a summary, because I have some things to do, brothers and sisters. I took a little longer than I expected. See, we have two paths here. FARRACON wants you to go on this path here, because he's the path he's on. He's not seed Abraham. This is the path that Elijah Muhammad established. The thing is you had 90 years into the exit point down here. Breakout point. But they held you back. Well, I can't say they held you back because you had mass from Muhammad, he has a God. As soon as he left, you turned against his messenger, Elijah. For 7 years, he's on the run from you. They come here to help you and ask for anything. Then once he got going, he went 40 some years. Before he was gone, before he moved over the horizon, he fought for FARRACON. He held you back 40 some years. So he's still right back here. Well, it says, well, you haven't got past the lessons yet. You haven't got past, so now you still got this exit point down here. Right? So you had 90 years to get here. So you could have slow walked it. But now You only got about 5 months to get here. Because that's your exit point. Ain't no other exit point. You got to be in Lamb's book. Then you got to run like hell. That means resistance is not spread out over 90 years. It's spread out like in 5 months. That resistance is going to be hell. So you're going to have a great deal of energy to protect yourself. You got those 5 pillars. Now, notice also I showed you some link today, guy, talking about what the 5 pillars, the 5 principles are going to save your life. Yeah, okay. Where'd you get that from? They can talk all the crap they want to. It's the only way out here is this, brothers and sisters. The abomination of desolation was a big sign. They say, when you see that, oh, hell breaks loose. And it's going on right now. Where's FARRACON at? Oh, you told me to be quiet. This abomination of desolation is going on right now. I get $5,000 if you prove them wrong. But no one's talking about it but myself. It's on right in clear sight. And FARRACON can't talk about it, even if he told us to talk about it, because he exposed who he is. The devils can't talk about it because they're exposed who they are. Because when it happens, who's committed abomination desolation is going to be destroyed. It says, their desolation is nigh. That means desolation is destruction. So that means the people that are what's the word I'm going to use? Afflicting the abomination desolation, their destruction will soon follow. Soon follow. So when this resumes, and right now, if you listen, they were saying before, well, maybe now everybody's saying, man, it's got to resume any day now. They got no choice. It will resume soon. There's no doubt about it. When it resumes, let me talk I'll give a detailed timeline. A couple weeks ago, whatever, I've done it several times in the past. So I'm just go over it briefly now. When that war resumes, this will be taken down. That's what we're talking about, the war in heaven. Master, it says, Michael, they couldn't tell you who Michael is. That's an easy one. Michael's matched by Muhammad. His angels are the Shia. It says when the war broke out, dragons and angels fought. Who's the dragon? That's the Jinn. Who's the Jinn? That's House of Saud. Sunni Arabs. His angels, Gog, Magog, and Antichrist. America, Britain, and false. I've been saying for years, and those are players there right now, aren't they? Long before this even happened, they're going to be taken down. False will be surrounded. It says they're going to be totally isolated. It said none will escape. Always isolated under siege. No food or water coming in. They're going to be eating themselves, eating their own children. Fathers be eating sons, and those sons eating fathers, and they'll be drinking blood. In some cases, they're eating their own flesh. They're so hungry. Man, can you imagine? It's bad enough eating someone else. Eat your own flesh? Damn. That's why it says, when you say people eat their own flesh, it can't get any worse than that. That means it's off the page. But that's about to happen to false Israel. I've been saying for years, they're writing on the obituary because all the stuff they're doing is going to kick back on them. And American Britain will be thrown out there on fire. They're going to light them up with those missiles. Light their ass up. They're going to run flying through the ass on fire. Flames come out their ass. Get the hell out of that Middle East. Syria's going to come back online. I told you, it says in the fifth seal, Syria had to be taken out. See, that's the 2 witnesses. That's Iran and Syria. So they had to be taken out. They was taken out. So now everything's in place. Come back online, they're going to have control of the Middle East. It's still going to be there. It's just that Iran's going to control it. They're going to control Mecca, control all of it. And then when they can take control, they're going to cut Europe, who was allied with Gog and Magog, from access to oil. But that's what chapter 18 says. It's going to collapse their economy immediately. Because the only other source of oil they had was Russia. And now they're in conflict with Russia, so they're totally cut off. So the economy's going to collapse immediately. When the economy collapses, right? And the way it says, it's much going to be soon in the winter, because if it was in the summer, it wouldn't be so bad, would it? It's a winter over there. And believe me, I was in Germany when I was in the military. It get cold as hell over there. That's a hint. Anyway, when it collapsed, they're going to have no choice but to make nice with Russia. Or their people going to hang their ass. They said, we're on the reason attacking with you because of America. And they're going to turn on America. America got, what, hundreds of bases over there in Europe? So now they're based on the attack by the Europeans. That's why that's Armageddon. That will kick off Armageddon. Now America has to rush to the middle, rush over to Europe. They already kicked out the Middle East. Now, they're talking about the plague of flies. The plague of flies is going on right now. If you go back to 1920s, right? Not 1920s. Damn. Oh, 2020s, right? When COVID came out, I was talking about the plagues. I broke out all the plagues. I've done it several times since then. The plague of flies are Jews. See? And right now, that's the problem they have right now. See? Because they are mad about what's happening to false Israel. And you got to help them. You got to help. And they shut people down. And it caused all kinds of problems for America. They said, America's war and everything else. But when they get kicked out of the meat, it's going to go on steroids. Because they won't come back. Because they won't try to force America to go back over there and help save false Israel. Because false Israel going to be on the seas. They're going to have drones flying across, photographing them, people hungry, eating each other and everything else. It's going to be a disaster over there. It's all going to be on film. Broadcast the whole world. It's like they broadcasting this Gaza thing. That's what's going to be happening. And the Jews here are going to be saying, man, you got to go back over there and help. Oh, man, look what's happened to them. And America's not going back over. Because the big secret is because of Michael. That's the big secret. Because Michael kicked their ass out of there. That's why false Israel didn't use their atomic bombs. So they couldn't use them. They're going to try to use them. The Master Muhammad will stop them from using them. It says Michael and his angels. And so their Air Force, everything got blown out the sky by Master Farrad Muhammad. But they can't tell American people that. They say, well, Russia the one helped them. You understand what I'm saying? So that means America even more upset with Russia. Russia had to do with that. Okay. So now they run out of the Middle East. Flames. Run to Europe, and now they fight. Then all that based on the attack by the Europeans was forming their friends, because you see all the antagonism going between Europe and America anyway right now. See, that's the mathematics. I don't want to get to the mathematics of it, but see, the thing is, if you got control of everything, if you start losing control, then you're going to start being vicious. You're going to start violent to make. That's what America's doing all this stuff, because they're trying to maintain control. They're losing. They're losing control. That's why they're doing all this here. Because their time is over. They're being crushed. That's not the story. But the bottom line is that's what's happening. So that's Armageddon. Because Europeans are going to ally with Russia, in turn for Russia, fuel, give them the fuel, because they couldn't fight anybody without any fuel. And America can't give them fuel. Even if they had, they couldn't, because you can't, it takes too long. They can't ship by plane. By boat, it takes too long to get there. People get frozen to death. So they get from Russia. So now they turn on America. That says your love is going to turn against you. So now it's full-fledged Armageddon over in Europe. America fighting Russia and the Europeans. His ass kicked. Well, this is going down. Remember that sign I told you to put up? They took the sign Elijah Muhammad put up, the star, the sun, moon, and stars, took down and put that false Israel flag up. Hey, man, see 1948, they don't want it. They're true to Abraham. That comes down, all say, oh, how people see that, the true sign, and start coming together. Because the vision unites people. They took our vision away in 1948. I said, no, Elijah's lying. That's true to Abraham there. That started uniting people. The devil see that, that's when they attack us. Attack all blacks, they take any chances. When they see false Israel is gone. And the Jews in this country is going to be fighting America, going to do everything. Because remember, they're the captains of industry. We'll stop your factories. We'll cut down your media because they have control of all that stuff. If you don't go and help falls Israel, America's not going because they know they have no chance, but they can't tell the American public that. And the flies are going to be all over the place, causing all kinds of, if your house is plagued with flies, you can't do anything, man, because you got fly these flies. And that's the flies. The plague of flies is a plague of Jews in this country that's going to take place once false Israel goes down. Because they're going to be mad at America. You got to help them, man. And America's not going to do it. So they're going to cause all kinds of disruptions and everything else, in economics, everything that's still alive, that's available, media and everything else. That's the plague of flies. Okay? And then, when they attack us, now you got hell break loose here in America. Because that means the Levites, they're going to come together. See the great army. And these will come together too. It'll be separation of two. But they first will all come together, then they're going to be separated. And you got two ideologies. You got the Levites, they're going to fight to get the hell out of here. Like you see right here. And they're going on one path, and you're going to see FARRACON, his demons, fight to take America. You got that chaos. You also got the chaos of all these foreigners in America. They say any foreigners in America, they're going to be cut through and eaten. It's going to be cannibalism. They off the scale. There'll be no food. It's a cannibalism off the scale. There'll be no control here. All the devil, they will not be able to, Trump will try to install, Trump will martial law. It will not work. Fall apart. People said women beating their children, men beating their children. Their pets are gone. Some of them probably the children for their pets. It'd be total chaos here. That's the tribulation. Total war here. Everybody be against everybody. There won't be any heat. Remember, because they won't have all the economy to be economic collapse here too, because they won't be able to get any oil, because all Americans have to comedy all the oil. But they have war in Europe. Total economic collapse here will follow. Total disaster here. That's what we look forward to. That's when Master Muhammad will remove the lamb and the elect, but the Levites, because they got 5 months to get to that tribulation. He will provide food for them, manna from heaven. That's it. That's what's going on. They got to make it to the West Coast. And then that's where the Red Sea parts. The Red Sea is China, India. On the coast of America, because once Armageddon goes, China and India become the world power. That's what it says in chapter 17. The crowns move from the 7 heads, which were European countries, to 7 horns, which was China and India. The goat, leopard, yellow, brown spots. Can it make any clearer than that to you? So now they become the world powers, while America's bowed down, wiped out in the Middle East, economic turmoil. Okay. And war tearing itself apart. It means they blowing themselves away and all the weapons, everything else. So now China and India become the world powers. They move. And the first one they take out on the way coming to America, they take out Britain. They're blowing out the water. That's the second. It says firstborn. That's second. It's two plagues of the firstborn, and that's the second one. It says when Britain goes down, it said it'd be such a great outcry in America, because they know at that point, they know they're next. They're already hearts failing for fear, because once the war ignites over there, all the stuff is going on, right? The people here are going to see us come here. It said hearts failing for fear. Fear. Okay? Some other people too. But then when that happens, the outcry, because they're on the way, they know they're on the way here. And their military is mostly in Europe. It was devastated in the Middle East. And so they're on the way here. They destroyed everything in their way. And when they arrive, about 5 months, because the demon war would take 5 months. The demon war, what? That's FARRACON, all the demons, master's children, black-faced children, right? house niggas, like Farrakhan, they want to take America. We're going to take America. And they will. They will, because they will be united, but the devils won't be. They will take America. But it'll be a pure victory. Because we fight to get out of America, they fight to take America. And they will take it. At the time they take it, the same time, up here, if we got to the West Coast, the Red Sea is China India parting. Said part, they let them through, then they come down on Pharaoh's armies. Right? Which all include the demons. So the demons they got, now they're trying to fight to keep America, and China India just wipe them out. And they wipe out America. And any able-bodied American, the youth that's able-bodied, they're going to take them out into captivity. And then they're going to burn the place down, nuke it. There will not be a nuclear war, brothers and sisters, but America will be nuked. But it will not be a nuclear war. They will nuke America and make sure there's nothing left underground, because America, unbeknownst to you, they built a lot of underground cities preparing for a nuclear war. They're going to nuke this place, make sure nothing survives it. Nothing. So no one will be live here for, I think, 10,000 years, I think the Bible says. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. That's what's about to happen. Not a year from now, days away, maybe less than that. See? And you got a lot of work to do, because you had 90 years to get to that departure. Get your departure flight. And you sit there and then sit home. And now you got 5 months to do it. It's like you got 1,000 miles to get someplace. Right? And you wait. You got 1,000 miles. You got 1,000 days to get there, right? Take 1,000 days to get there. You got 1,000 miles. The suddenly you just don't do nothing, right? Until the last day. Now you got to cover 1,000 miles in one day. Ooh, how you going to do that? Walking. That's the situation you put yourself in, brothers, because of FARRACON. And every day you wait, how hard it's going to be for you. Because you're not preparing. You know, Noah, the God come and say, they told FARRACON, just believe in God. Is that what God told Noah? Hey, Noah, it's going to be a flood. Okay, what we do? Just believe in me. No, you got to build a goddamn boat. You got to tell them the nature of the calamity and tell them what they need to survive the calamity. They tell you, you got a bad law. You see about, we understand it's pressure against pressure. That's what, and you understand that all you got to do is have greater pressure than the pressure there is. Right? But you don't understand that. And some of you are going to have to come to it on faith, because you say, man, I can't. You mean, I so better Lord. And they ain't going to be able to nuke me, they ain't going to be able to shoot me with guns, they ain't going to be able to run me with tanks. That's what Scripture says. Just obey the Lord. No, I understand. But see, you don't understand the math of it because you haven't been using this. So therefore, you have to go by faith. And some of you it's not going to be able to make it. That's where we are, brothers and sisters. Separation got to take place. As soon as this war resumes, all this happens. The separation they attack us. Falsehood goes down. Our vision established. Right? We got to separate those demons out, kick FARRACON them out, take over the NOI. Prepare for the attack. Come together on Hajj. Fight your way out of here. You have to struggle with the demons. See, they think we should help them try to take America. I don't want America. And FARRACON said, I don't want to go anywhere. I want to live here. It's time now, brothers and sisters. Let's move on and close out.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadafuddin and I have had disagreement. But his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
And he says right there, you don't want to go anywhere. But Elijah Muhammad said we'd be fools who want to stay here. Master Muhammad said we have to leave here and get rid of these devils. But he says he don't want to leave here. And how can it be? Why you want to stay at FARRACON? When you understand the nature of what's going on, the only solution is to leave. Elijah Muhammad said clearly, we got him on tape saying we're fools who want to stay here. So, hey, Elijah Muhammad calling you a fool. So if Elijah Muhammad call you a fool, what am I to say? I'm going to go just quickly, brothers and sisters. Message comes, shows up. And first thing you got to do is take out false Israel. That's about to happen. There's a collaboration. Master Muhammad has to take them out there physically, and then your new vision established. And Master has to make sure you get the new vision. And then take down FARRACON. Son of perdition. And then after take out FARRACON, now you got to deal with Gog. He's going to attack everybody. Fight him on the way out of here. Then once we get home, we got to take down the Jinn. Remember, this person right here is Gog. Let's look at this call with it by the name. Oops, nope. Oh, boy. See, this is of Antichrist. Son of perdition. You don't know who these people are. This is Gog. This is a dragon. They got our land. We're going to take it back. It's our land, not yours. You stole it from us and sold it in slavery. Remember the story of Joseph? So that's the next way. After we get here, leave here, we take our hand back. Here's the leopard, brown spot with yellow brown spots. That's that bear. That's the goat. That it says in Daniel, he came from the east, from the west. He's not touching the land, means he came over the ocean. That means he has to come to another nation from the west coast, which means they came from the east coast of the nation. That means from the west, that means they had to come across the Pacific Ocean. That means the west coast will be where they attack America. That's what I'm saying. They're going to come and they're going to take on them and they're going to attack America, but they're going to separate, open up and let the NOI through, and they're going to tear this country apart. You're going to see that this year, no doubt. No doubt. Then you don't know him. You call him Obama, but his name is Lucifer scripturally, but that's a little too deep for you, right? So they get the war, that's no struggle. Takes them out, and then they come after us. I'm not going into details. Look at my previous version this week, and it talks more detail about that. And then everlasting peace. And these are the vultures. House niggas, they're living off us now, because devils say, you can't live off it. Niggas, y'all live off me. Yeah, but master, you our daddy. I don't care. You can live off them. You ain't gonna live off me. So they're the vultures, preachers and everything, living off us. Here it is, see? He preached the same thing FARRACON was preaching. Martin Luther King, Man March. Same path. Path they're trying to get you to go down. Take America, love America. American flag.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadakuddin and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
There are enough brothers and sisters. Why won't he save America? Because he's one of them. That's totally against the teachings, totally against the lessons. 1% wicked cannot be reformed, must be removed off the planet. A lot of them fools want to stay here. See? But Legion, don't make me lead a country. Aaron, I want to stay in Egypt. That's clear, brothers and sisters. So let's see what he has to say about, see, why he loves America so much, the devil so much. What do you got to say about you, though? What do you got to say about you? The ones that he's ripping off, putting steaks on his table. Got sisters doing fundraisers for him. Muhammad never did anything like that. He's a multi-millionaire. He don't have a business any place. See, putting $1,000 suits on his back and $15,000 wings on his finger. That's what he got to say about you.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, brother Minister. Yes, we are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother Minister.
Both sides.
Wake us up here, Papa.
When we was alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
That's right.
We owned buildings. We owned farmland. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
See what he thinks about you, brothers and sisters? He loved the devil, so it happened to him. But he wanted the worms to eat your ass. They neglect to say that he's the one, him and Wild, that killed the nation. When the Muslim was alive, when he's talking about the Muslim, both sides, the male and female, they're the ones that killed it. They mentioned that part. Plus, he says, they're not doing these things. Well, why was they doing it when Elijah was around? Because Elijah was leading it. He says, do this, he led it. But FARRACON, he's blaming them. But he's a leader. We lost. You dumb ass. Why we lost? We lost here. We went down the wrong street. But you're the leader. You see, the accuser of our brothers is cast down. He accused you because you're not doing these things because he doesn't lead you to do them. He been putting money in his pocket. Elijah Muhammad led the nation. He said, let's do this. Let's get a boat. Let's get a plane. Let's get some stores. And we got the money, and he would build it. He said, you guys sell 300 papers a week. We go out and get it. He take the money. Next thing we know, we got a store. Next thing we know, we got a bank. Next thing we know, we got housing projects. Not projects, but housing, what you call it, right? I lived in one. I mean, I'm not saying it was projects, right? Complex. I think 87th Street it was, across street from that school. Had all of that. Because I worked, and he would take the money and build those. He was leading. But they gave Farrakhan the money. He shoved up his ass. And they come and tell you, when you was alive, well, who killed you? It's like a buzzard. When you was alive, man, you was flying all over the place. When you was alive, you just run down the street, right? But now I'm eating your ass because you're dead now. I mean, what does it take? He's the one that killed it. It's a proof I was there. Him and Wiles just took all the money and took off. They say, well, he's protected. He didn't protect the sheep. He said he didn't protect it. He took off, left the sheep alone with nothing in the wilderness, and the wolves were attacking and left us with nothing. I was one of them. I was a Muhammad Speak. I was a foreman at Muhammad Speak newspaper, night foreman. I had my car was fired to Nation Islam Bank. You understand? I live in Nation Islam housing complex, so forth, so on. All that stuff went overnight because they ripped it all off and took the money and ran. And Farrakhan took off and they had to go find them. He didn't stay back to protect the sheep. He didn't try to stop them from ruling the nation. In fact, when they went to the bank, went to the court, to convince the judge to give them the money, because he said, them belong to them niggas, belong to my father. Because all the money was left in Nation Islam name. Tell them lying, Farrakhan. $5,000, you put them lying. All the money wasn't in Messiah's name, was in the name of Nation Islam. And they froze that, went to the judge, said, that don't belong to them, that belonged to my father. Wiles, who hated his father, hate him. Yeah, he had him probably stealing his money and left the police with nothing. Farrakhan said out his mouth, someone crazy, someone back on the street, someone back on drugs. Did you stay and help him? No. You took the money and ran, you fucking coward. That's a fact. Tell him lying, Farrakhan. And now you're going to blame you because Nation not producing anything? Well, you're supposed to be leading it. So you're going to blame him? That's what Aaron did. I mean, how can he get away with it? Look at Exodus. What did Aaron did? When he got busted, he blamed the people. But you was the leader. He blamed the people. Oh, it's them. You know how they're wicked. They don't do what they're supposed to do. It's their fault for worship golden calf. It's their fault. Who's alive because Elijah led it. That's why we did those things. Because Elijah led it. We ain't doing that because you put them in your pocket, shove your ass. That's why there's nothing there now. You killed it. You stole everything else. It came back as a buzzard. The fence eating the flesh. So you killed what you killed. And tell them lying, Farrakhan. That's why you come get that $5,000 because you know, and you don't debate anybody because you'd be squashed in half a second. Boy, these sick ass people. I'm fired up, boys, brothers and sisters. I'm ready for war. See, you don't catch me off guard. Life and death. Hang with Farrakhan. All you, we ain't gonna stop you. In fact, you chaffing your stairs out there. You got your head from the Farrakhan's ass. If you ain't, let me know. I'll help you. Put some glue on it, so make sure you can't get it back out. But we don't want you. Man, it's sick. I'm going to close out in a minute, brothers and sisters.
One. Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast. 5. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee. 6. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest.
Couldn't possibly talk about FARRACON, could he? Unless he was the one that blew his ass up. No radiation tablets. The Messiah.
One. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee, to, and shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thine heart, and with all thy soul. 3. That then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity, and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath scattered thee. For if any of thine be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. 5. And the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy fathers.
Okay, I'm going to close, brothers and sisters, but if I have time, I'm going to do a little more detailed explanation of this. This is your protection, 5 pillars. Now we got somebody out there now trying to say, well, this is your protection. Well, whatever. Whatever, brothers and sisters. Let's move on. See, this is the vision that they set up. Keep you from recognizing. Master Muhammad can tear his vision down. When you see that, brother and sister, that's going to unite us. Once it goes down, then you can realize we are true to Abraham. That's going to be the vision that's going to unite the people. This has to take place separation. We all mix together. It's neutralizing each other. Suleiman has to do this. Separate 2, chaff from the wheat. No weapon that's formed against thee shall prosper. Every time shall rise against your judgment, thou shalt condemn. Why? Not because you got guns, not because you got time bomb, because you play the Lord. It's about pressure. Once you understand pressure works, you understand your discipline times energy equals pressure or full power. And your pressure is greater than theirs. I don't care what kind of bombs or whatever they have. It's all extension of, it's all just quality of pressure. Quality, you have pressure, you have the quality of pressure. Quality of pressure, right, does not affect the quality of another pressure. It's quality of pressure. That's an illusion. Quality of pressure can overcome another pressure, put it that way. It takes pressure to overcome pressure. The quality is just, it's like saying 5 plus 3 is 8, 1 plus 7 is 8, 2 plus 8 is still 8. It's just the quality changes, but the value doesn't change. So atomic bombs and machine gun, that's just the quality of pressure. That's not the pressure. If it was, how come it didn't win in Afghanistan? How come it didn't in Vietnam? Understand these things, brothers and sisters. Men's hearts failing for fear, expectations, those days coming upon the earth, that means America, for the power, that war never resumes. It's going to shake up the Middle East like you can't imagine. And when they see that, they're going to realize it's coming here. And it's going to be massive heart attacks. I wouldn't even want to be driving during that period of time. You're going to be having heart. You'll see it. People, if they watch it, listen on the news, on the radio or whatever, you'll have heart attacks. Because they know so the game is up. The jig is up, so to speak. America's through. Hell's coming. But remember, in expectation, if their hearts are filled in expectation, what their hearts going to do when they actually get here? We close now, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum. Remember, this abomination of desolation is going on right now. Abomination of desolation. No one's talking about it's happening right now. Right now, brothers and sisters. When that October so-called 7th thing happened, that's triggered it. Abomination of desolation is going over the Middle East over there, and that was this so-called genocide. It was worse than genocide. That's what's going on. That's abomination of desolation. That rising was put down with great cruelty. Going right now, and when that war resumes, that's the king of the north, the king of the south, and Daniel. It's all over. I hope you take this time to try. At least start trying to prepare, brothers and sisters, because it's not a joke. Assalamu alaikum.
We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody. These are these people. You can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried. We've tried. Everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. Naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work well until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's you know, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for, what, 4 more years? And so you wonder, like, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. Like, I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself, and I completely understand the anger. I don't, like you, I abhor any form of violence, but I do understand the anger when you have, you know, Keir Starmer campaigned, I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country, and they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. Of course. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is, like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, I don't know, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just, like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist. I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law... What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is the lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been
your
such a
society
thing.
is
One
about
culture will dominate.
Hang on, Tucker. Surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It was just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, as American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multiculture there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments, right? So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments, right? So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is, dude. Let's be honest.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of the certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization. And so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what a society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Like, which one? And you can't face that reality. So you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you're going to wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, what's the rest of it, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country.
And as I clarified,
is because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans that were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation,
it's not fine, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all pretend that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's
No, because of you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different. And you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful.
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors, to
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is now what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people. But this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be our ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying if you are black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point. Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting in to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe. He literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful, why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all of these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure, as they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff with Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinal Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Vance saying in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable
to say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh, my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, oh no, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalized him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
History of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7. Rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians not Buddhists, not Hindus, Christians in the name of Jesus, where they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean it up, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was endured was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 40 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. As they're doing today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleep with animals. So-called common cold was not common. Didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping our women, there was a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught blacks that this was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? How are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered its people. And you crushed the native people here. When the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they serve. They say, know them by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. That's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? The legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? Gog? Where's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? Where's your mateship? Where's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing for ripping off everyone. It's the legacy of Christianity. It's been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays, where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best skill. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the old rhythm, crying, wanting to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I, turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now? What? To live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
and going westward or going out there in the land, ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best skill. They stood and stared at it, disappearing in the whole rhythm, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I. turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting such. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why is it that you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Veteran of Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now, and we're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years, right? And so we've been here a year now. And there was an agreement made. A former slave master, he said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and trade it for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over there where it's sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what FARRACON told them. They was listening to FARRACON. FARRACON promised them. They stay there. 6 states, right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, did some things wrong, but now they're going to make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, FARRACON. They're so happy. Thank you, FARRACON. Thank you, FARRACON. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, FARRACON. Right? And this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, FARRACON. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. So we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And it's just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they had a big master. They came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, FARRACON didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told him 6 states and promised him that he would have prepared him for it, right? Their schools and education, whatever they needed for that. But I guess they didn't, because they said over there now he's begging this former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now, a year later. It's like they're coming in every hour. power grid failure, right? Then said, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no, they looked at the farmers, when they done the farmers said, oh. So then they asked, Master, what's happening here? How come you know, right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now they Master, what's going to happen here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour back's coming in, right? And then they look, and they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now, and all the food's gone. It's gone. And she said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? So they've been praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's Master, no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparation, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left. They took that was offered to them. They took it, and you said no. I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. That's you. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they was celebrating. And now they're crying and begging the Master, okay, we got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Where'd you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, I mean, no planes, no nowhere. We don't know about fly the planes and drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. Well, what you done that for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So then if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel. The gas station's empty. I can't drive, man. And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to, for them to replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, warehouses full. Then you had to keep. They thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They ain't, business. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakon, he told you he don't get this for you, but he didn't pay you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, call on your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? Okay. Don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he said, God said that's where you're going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, he told him to build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, it does say, look, hold it. We want total separation. Look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, and all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, all that kind of stuff. That's the deal. He just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, ain't no integration, all that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So he said, okay, right? So they just say, we're going to take that money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have to find your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million a piece. So everybody got $1 million a piece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation. Right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say a million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounces, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. Right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one's worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they work, because those certificates have to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold, which that's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing the wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They told to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's what all this worth, $1 million. Hardly worth anything. Hey, that's our money. You got to have your own money. You control your own wealth. You can't keep coming to us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me you had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, throw it away. It's worth nothing. The people still got gold, and even if they take it, hold on the money, hope to increase again, they just use another different certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you was so happy with it now, it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything with $1. Plus the economy's collapse because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't know how to get the communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You're not an engineer, build a house, you don't know how to do anything. Because FARRACON didn't, right? He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything, right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You saw out your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We're sorry, we want to come in. No. That's what you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you call your land now? Swaziland or something? FARRACON. Maybe call it Traveland. FARRACON. They met the FARRACON, right? So they closed the borders. You can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else. Your money's worthless. Oh God, come back, Master. I come back work for you. I work for Popeyes. I do anything you want. No, we don't. Remember, the blacks either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any places, just in that land that you 6 states. And now you're starving. You ain't got no. Your money's worthless. Nothing works, and they close the border. Right, and then you see Master, he on the phone. You talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you. Hey, we finally got rid of them niggas. Finally got rid of them. Finally got rid of them. See on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. They turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See, they could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold that for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. So what? And what next? What we gonna do, FARRACON? What we gonna do, FARRACON? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, FARRACON? What we gonna do? Pray, 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 pray. That's his answer. Pray, pray, pray. The reparations, like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Right? Because they thought you think they would give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? You know how much that is? If it's 17 million, that was 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. And they're going to do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded. Because they closed the border. And what you going to do? You want to fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, when it was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Farrakon ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here where because they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you. You don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Of course, come here. Disaster over there. And, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold on. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it. We call it Conland or something. I forgot what it is. Something name to call it right there. That 6th day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh no. Now he wouldn't ask as Master Farad Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice, live with it. But die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with them. Somehow they got the information over to them. Said, we please come and get them. Nope. Said, no, tell them no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land. You got your reparations. You got your money. You got Farrakon as your leader. Yeah, tell him. Talk to him. Let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, brothers and sisters, that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, so they're not getting more reports on Okay, he says that was Master Prophet Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those brides that came in. All that came in today, man. I came in fast. After a whole year, total collapse. Now they begging it. Somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, we'll at least send some food. They begged, said, please send some food. Master Muhammad said, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send some food. He says, no. He refused. That's the report. I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that. He's read to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send some food. He said, no way. You made your choice. Case closed. Okay. Just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.